and Sky tonight. Mostly because they just released a patch, and I had to go try it again and see what I think. They added a whole pile of new building materials and things like that. So that's what I'm going to try doing, is doing some building in No Man's Sky. And I've discovered a site that has power. I'm just trying to decide where I'm going to put my new structure. And then there's also a mine nearby that I can set up. So I'll look at doing that too. Okay, so over there, where you can see that marker, that is where the power site is. And where is he? Up there is where there's a Class B copper mine. It's nothing really special, but it's kind of cool. And copper's useful. So I'm looking for flat ground somewhere in between that I can comfortably build on. I think right down here looks like it's pretty good. It's not as flat as I would have liked. I was originally going to build, I don't know if we can see it from here or not, across the water over there, and I might get ambitious and do that too, but then the copper mine will be a considerable distance away. How far is it from here? It's 236. I could probably do that. I was going to build right across there on the brown because it looks like a nice location and would have a nice view of the water and things like that. But I'm not sure about that now. Pretty flat over there too. So depends on whether or not I can find a good flat spot here that has a view. Because, you know, if you can have a view, why not? Maybe down here. Yeah, that's got a nice view. Up our base computer right here. We're going to build up so that we've got flat. Now they've changed everything here. Yeah, it did get a bit of a graphics update. Also, I've forgotten how to do it. This is No Man's Sky, which is a game I used to stream pretty heavily, and basically stopped streaming because I'd done just about everything I wanted to do in it. And they just did a major patch that is kind of cool. So I want to try doing some building in it. And then eventually, wouldn't it be nice if DOC had graphics like this? Eventually, I'm going to look at another area of this, which is that they've added alien towns, and you can go and basically become mayor of the town and expand how it works and add features to it and defend it against the Sentinels, which are the bad guys in here. But for now, I'm just going to drop a basic building down here. Oh, that one didn't like it. Creature. Won't let me analyze it. Okay. Good to know those exist here. So I don't know if you ever played No Man's Sky. One of the reasons why I'm not on DAOC right now is also the fact that the Caledonia event is on, and everybody's covering that, and I'm not interested in the Caledonia event, really. So I thought I would look at... Well, what? Oh, I haven't declared base here, right. I was wondering why it wouldn't let me build the basics, no pun intended. But it won't unless you've actually claimed it as a base. Now, what do we want to do here? We want to build some stone walls. I don't know how much silicate I have on me. Go into build mode. Right over to the edge of the drop off here. And the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Build 16 of these. Okay. Don't know if you ever played No Man's Sky. It is a fantastic game if you like to build bases and the like. And that is my great joy in this game. It's a good game for people that like to explore stuff too. Well, if you go look on, now this has been screwed up here. They've changed so much stuff. Yeah, takes me out of build mode. If you go look at YouTube and stuff like that, you'll probably still find a lot of videos that talk about how the game is pathetic and horrible, and that's because it released, there was a lot of stuff that people expected to be included in the game that wasn't included in the game. And the game developers were kind of subjected to a lot of hype over the game and couldn't live up to it, which is unfortunate, but in some ways not their fault. I have to go do a bunch of mining of powdered ferrite here, so we need to switch modes. But what they did do was they decided that they were going to fix all of the things that weren't working in the game that people were expecting to have work. So they have issued update after update to this game, all for free. And most of them have been really brilliant additions to the game to expand what you can do in game, give it more features and everything else like that. And all of it free. So if you ever want to give it a try, it comes up on Steam on discount quite often. I don't know if it is right now because they just added a feature. They might have put the price back up, but it's got a lot of gameplay in it. This particular save that I'm playing right now, I have 227 hours on, I think. 229, something like that. My friend Actual Kevin, who streams this too, has a save with thousands of hours on it, I think. But as he'd be ready to admit, he was a slow learner with this because he doesn't actually play games. Not much, anyway. So it's an exploration game and a survival game. It's not a PvP game. There is combat against NPCs you can do, but not much. They're the same NPCs. They've just updated them recently, but to make them more challenging, I think, and to improve their AI. But it's not really that much of a combat game. There's some space combat too, but it's laughably easy once you get your ship properly equipped. But for base building, for crafting, for exploring, it has literally got more procedurally generated planets in it than humanity could ever visit if everybody played the game. It has the biggest potential map of any game ever produced, and I don't think anybody is ever going to beat it. It has you're in a huge dimension when you start, and you can go to 255 other dimensions, as well as what am I doing? I'm refueling the weapon here. Unfortunately, I want to build in stone because they just added it as a material, and for that I need silicate powder, which you can't just buy off the market. I hope they change that. It's really easy to go mine, but it's annoying. I'm at the point where I have, well, I had actually capped out my money. I'm down to, I don't know, less than $1 billion right now, but the cap was 4.3 billion, and I got there a couple of times, and then spent some money on things. I have some mines set up where I can go and basically make 300 million, I think, for one trip to the space station to sell my stuff. But it does have a lot of things that you can do in game. There's a lot of things to look up and learn, and the crafting system is very, very, very clever. I think it's based heavily on improving the crafting system that Star Wars Galaxies had, one of my favorite triumvirate of games. And in some ways, this greatly improves it. It leaves off one of the major features of Star Wars, which was the item quality for resources. But other than that, it's got a great system. It's very quick. You do have to go, and I think I've hit... Oh no, I haven't hit ground level there. Sorry, this is a little dry, but I'm going to need to do this multiple times probably, so... I dropped down the cliff here so that all you will see is the hole where I entered in, and then I'll try not to undermine the site where I'm going to build my base. We'll call that done for now. Where's the hole out? There we are. This has a great system for all that, and I'm quite impressed with it. Okay, go back into build mode. Add some more walls. Not going to build mode. There. Okay, that's kind of curious. I'm having to build underground here so that I get the same top style, but that's okay. And then it takes me out of build mode again when I switch to another piece, which is kind of annoying. I just want to end up with a level platform basically here that has a nice view, so I can try seeing what I can build. Hopefully you can see it without it. There's a storm coming up, I think, which is why it looks so washed out. I had to adjust the gamma on the game a little bit, but maybe I've overdone it. Okay, so we've got this square platform. I'm going to build up too, but for now I want to build something that's interesting to look at. So let us go try quit knocking me out of the mode. Really kind of annoying. Oh, lightning too. I should maybe get under cover. You can get killed by lightning in this game. I'll probably end up replacing those, but I'm going to put myself under cover here by just adding some ceiling on this and running up onto the platform. Oh, I'm going to build mode, that's one. We can run me under there, and that should be enough to shelter me from the storm, basically. And if you're wondering what that object is in the distance, that's my ship. I'm not going to stand there while it's busy doing that weird movement. That's really irritating. Okay. It's going to keep doing that. That's kind of annoying. Maybe once we get into build mode, it won't. So I haven't actually built with most of these components, so I don't know what they look like, most of them. By putting a window there. You can do it from the inside too. And I think we want another door. What that looks like. So they've made a major change in this thing. Oh, actually, I should get rid of some of these and put in ones with windows. Try one with windows. What do we have for windows? Just this here. Seems unusual. You'd think there'd be more windows than that. Try the extruded stone grill again. Over here, and then switch to that. I don't know why they make you keep going back and forth between build mode. I must be doing something wrong, but they changed the way the entire build system works, so that doesn't help any. And then we want another door at the back there, I guess. I can do it this way, can I? No, I can't. Okay, we want another door at the back for the moment. Then we're going to want some floor. Actually, yeah, let's look at that inside. Here's the front of the building, so that's the view out. There's a door out there. Where am I going to throw stairs in here? Have you gone and found all the buried tech for this stuff? There is some neat stuff, and they've rebuilt the whole building system. Get rid of that one. and just put in a straight wall. Oh, that is a straight wall. Okay, no problem. So now we have... I'm not sure I like this. Now we want to go upstairs and go back into build mode and pick the stone half ramp and go into build mode and pick the stone half ramp, which did not work doing that. Now this hasn't gotten any easier in trying to locate stuff. Try from down below. Well, unfortunately, what you use to build most of this stuff is... Come on. Come on. Okay, I may have to put in a wall to give it the right idea. Thin stone wall. There. Now, I want to put a staircase there. Sometimes it will not let you do stuff unless the right stuff to anchor to is present. And then it's trying to do it down below. I had it. It doesn't want to build it there. And I don't know why. Take off some of these. Maybe that'll do it. No. I had this all so memorized that I didn't have to think about it at all. I could just build. I knew exactly what was going to happen in every case, pretty much. And now it is just not working the way it used to. See, it wants to go down below. Now that's up still. Okay, there is an alternative, a new thing they've done here, which is the toggle free placement. And now you don't need to glitch build anymore. Got to be really good at lining stuff up. Which I am not being here. Okay, now we want to put half stone panels on. Come on. Oh, I'm on free placement still. Right. That's what's wrong. Had it. Come on. Okay, if I put that there... Oh, I'm too close, probably. That's why. Yeah. We can put that there. Not do that. That used to be the thing to get rid of stuff. Now it's this. And then go back to here. I don't know why it takes me out of build mode every time, but it's sure annoying. And drop that in there. Then we want to do some regular walls rather than the extruded ones. Try with a large window. Can we do that? That does not look like what it said was going to be put there. Funny. There, that's what it's supposed to be. Huh. Weird. So one way it gives me that. Otherwise it gives me that. That's still interesting. But not expected. So we'll put a row of those across the back. Then try the same across the front. Oh, maybe I know what those are for. Just a sec. Let's try a regular wall. That down. Then try a large window. Then you get that. Right. That's a better plan because then those are going to act as light. No, I didn't want you there either. Now, this I do like as a change. Nice and easy to delete stuff. Oh, yes, yes. And I haven't tried the other bit that they've added, but it's supposed to be terrific as well. We're going to put one of these windows down below here and see if it does that. No. No, that didn't work. This pop-up is what's annoying too. I would rather that just showed up top here or something like that instead of covering up the actual thing I'm trying to find. Because that's kind of annoying. That's what I was trying. Stone circle window. Looks great there. It changes to that for some or another reason. And is a stone circle window there? Yeah, okay. So we don't want to do that. We'll just build with regular walls here. That's backwards. Well, yes, this whole toggle free placement thing. You don't need to worry about glitches, really. I mean, you still will want to glitch when you want to change the angle that something's at, like build a wall as a roof or something like that. But as far as placement otherwise is concerned, like building a circle should just be a matter of figuring out the right way to do it. Because I could just hit this button and rotate things any way I want. Right? So if I want to have the wall like that, I can do it any way I want. Which means I could meld it in here at an angle pretty easily. But all you got to do is hit one button and it's back to the regular mode too. Okay, so so those change if I switch to a large stone window. The graphic here looks completely different. I don't know where I'm using that, but when I put it on a wall, it changes to this weird triangle thing, which I like. Well, it's not actually a triangle, but you know what I mean. But it changes the wall below it too, so it's sort of a dynamic thing. I'm going to, I guess, build a whole pile of these and just finish the lower part, and then it'll add the stuff in. But as a material, I really like the look of the stone, and it lights really nicely with the stuff that they've just added for lighting too. Missing components. Right. Okay, so I got to go dig more silicate up. Oh, wow. Oh, I haven't seen that. But I'm using a PS4 controller. Maybe that's the difference. Well, I had all of the blueprints for everything from the anomaly, and I counted, and I think there's 135 or more things that I need to pay for. So I went and did a whole pile of finding of salvage materials, and I bought most of them. There's a pile of decorations I don't have yet, but I bought most of the stuff, and I think some of the wood I haven't got yet. There's a whole new wooden building system, and an alloy one, they call it. And then there's the stone one, of course, and sets of roofs for each of those. And then there's a pile of decorations, like cups and a teapot and all that sort of stuff that suit the stone one. It all looks sort of, I don't know, 16th century Egyptian or something. And I really like the look. The way they've got the stone here is exactly the way I wish I could have built when the game first, well, when I first started the game, not when the game came out. I wasn't playing it then, but oh, okay, good. Good. Unfortunately, the stone one uses silicate powder as a material. So you got to go create a really big cave underneath your site somewhere. As far as I can tell, you can't buy silicate powder on the market, so the only way to get it is to go mine it, which is kind of annoying because it takes a long time for what you get back. I appear to have hit bedrock there. That's good. Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter, but it means I can tell when it's not going to go any further, because that's as far as the game renders. And there might even be a use for all this basement at some point. Who knows? I'm building on a power site, so that won't be a problem. There's power nearby. This seems to run out of power much sooner. The terrain manipulator. And there's a spot I can build a copper mine near here if I really feel a need for it. Sorry, I'm spending more time mining here because I want to spend more time building before I have to come back and do the drudge labor again. What I'm going to want, though, is either that they put silicate powder on the menu and I can just buy it at the space station, or they give us a silicate powder mine and we can mine it. Because I was basically planning on being done with shooting rocks, even though it's a core element of gameplay. Oh yeah, sure. And there's nothing wrong with uranium in this game, that's for sure. Okay, we're going to call that done because I'm bored of doing it. Okay, more basic walls. Thrilling, I know. Funny thing is, I don't even know what I'm going to build. I don't really know what I'm going to build. It's all sort of just, oh, this is cool. What can I do with it? But the decorations and the new lighting they added are kind of cool. And cast light in a way that the game didn't do before, which is nice. Now we want this top window just to be thematically consistent. Yes, that's true too. It is more valuable now. Come on, cooperate. Thank you. I find it interesting how these things are changing to keep a style when you're building. Like, this ought to look like a big window there, but that's all it's going to look like indoors. Outdoors, it looks like this thing. Oh, interesting. If I build another one, it puts those windows there. Well, we could go up 3 stories. Try that. That might be a bug. But I wanted to have a nicely lit big hall. And then build a colonnaded front down below there and along the sides. And then figure out what I'm doing with the building other than decorating it. So this might be overdoing it. It might be way too bright or way too weird inside by the time I throw a roof on this. Okay, so indoors. I come in the back door or the front door there. Do whatever I'm going to do down here. Come upstairs and I've got a big hall that should be nicely lit by the time I put the lights in. So I just need to put a ceiling on it and see what it looks like. And I can just build a stone floor ceiling and then throw a ceiling on top of that, which I've discovered already too. Yeah, it does. That's what I was saying. To me, it looks sort of like Greek or maybe Middle Eastern Muslim architecture. But yeah, the way this top thing here is going, it's sort of Mycenaean or something maybe. So there, we have a ceiling, but there are actual ceilings too. But now I got to get outside to see anything because I've built the whole floor in. So the one that I liked was this one here. Now we have a storm. I liked it because it's just simple and straightforward. And it doesn't want to lay itself here. Okay, so maybe I have to take those tiles out. And fall off again. Okay, yep, so those all have to come out. I was wrong. Yes. Guess that's it. Kind of hard to see with the storm on. There. Now, we are on the bottom floor. I want to go up a floor and try this lighting element that I had earlier. I tried this once before in a different place and decided to come build one on my own somewhere. Where is it? Here. Here? No. Flags. And there we go. I don't know why it's doing that weird zooming thing. That doesn't cast as much light as I hoped it might. And it doesn't hang straight down the way I hoped it might. Interesting. Oh, that's wrong there. Go on and put that in upside down or something. Try another one in the corner over here. Maybe I should hang them on the crossbars. Does that work? Nope. Doesn't hang there. See, it goes horizontal. Yep, I went and found 100 some odd buried tech. 140, I think, or something like that. Just try these in the corner. No, I'm not sure. I don't have all of them. I have close to all of them. But if you look here, you'll see these are all things that I bought. This is all the stone stuff. This is the wood stuff. I don't have all of the wood. And decorations. The golden table counter, half counter, and golden counter corner are all new. Some lights here. And what else? There's some other stuff hidden in there. I'm going to try some of those lights. These here. Because I like them too. But I'm going to cheat and make them much bigger. These actually cast horizontal light, which this game has had a very bad record of doing properly. Right. Yeah. So those lights up there are not doing much. But these ones down here do. Yes, yes, absolutely. Now, we need to go back to stone and build a small stone wall. Oh no, we need the short stone wall. Sorry. Now we need the long wall. There. Yes, and of course I haven't run any power in here, so these work without the power too. Now what I'd like to do is try some interior walls. Stone arch door. I don't like this weird zooming effect it's doing. It's very disconcerting. So I could divide this room up into two halves this way. And I might just do that. Putting that in the middle there and just try that out. Just to see what it does to the walls when you do that. Right, it preserves the look. So now I have two rooms divided here. The one you come up to and one you run into here. Don't know what I need them for, but there they are. And now we're going to try throwing a very large rug in here. Where are the rugs? There's new rugs too. Come on. There we are. So, this one, build mode. Really big. Hard to line up. Yeah, so nice big rug there. Should actually move it back more. Okay. Yeah, we had a floor mat before, but that really wasn't quite good enough. Now scale it up and try to visually center it between all this stuff. That's as big as it'll go. Sure. Okay, now we need some of the new counters. Golden counter. Center of the room, so we try and center the counter, which is Harder to do than it looks. Oh. I wish these just snap to each other. That would be nice. Because they don't. And they don't stay square really either. There. And another one over here. And then we'll go back and get the ends. And do that all again. Trying to line everything up. Oh, I see. It's going to go into the wall if I do that. So maybe I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. Okay, and well, drop some random items on there. See, back into build mode, back into build mode, back into build mode. Let's make this bigger though, if we can we? Scale, this way, sorry. I don't know why it bounces around like that, unless it's maybe just that it doesn't like to be in that location. And a dish. Like that. With a teapot on it. Which we're also going to make bigger because, you know, we can. And then a couple of cups. And I know I'm decorating all one end of this here. I'll have to do stuff with the other end too, but yes, they have, and I like it. I like it a lot. Then what else did we need here? Oh, that's confusing. We're going to put a big table in the center of the room here. So how big can we go? Actually, let's put a couple in here. And we're producing some sort of watering hole. Oh, it does weird things when it gets too close to the table like that. Weird zooming effect trying to get around. Okay, and then we have some sort of cafe going on here. Oh man. No, I had enough trouble making the McDonald's. That was something else. Sure. Yes, we could do exactly that. That's quite funny, actually. Okay, where are those guys? Like I said, everything's been moved. There we go. Actually, if I use the... If I tried the science terminal, maybe we didn't leave ourselves enough room here. Looks like it's trying to creep up the wall. It is. Well, that's what I was thinking, see? And then... Did it do it? It did. Okay, good. I wish you could change the labels on them. That would be funky. Then we want... bar again. You dropped. Too close to me. Go stand by the stairs, you reject. I may have to move the tables. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You don't even notice the side effects after a while. You get used to them. And by then it's too late because you're addicted. Yeah, I'm gonna have to move the tables stuff. That's fine. I don't know what I did there, but something picked up the oh, that's sizing it. I want to go up arrow and back to here. Something picked up the object I was looking at, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, who knew we were building a coffee bar, but we're building a coffee bar. I won't do the whole counter that way. Matter of fact, hang on a sec. Go summon our guy and see what he looks like. Now he needs a teapot in front of him. Right? A really big, like a Russian samovar. Really big. And they make samovars that big, I'm sure. So that's okay. Then we need lots of cups. And then I can take out the other stuff that I put in there. And yeah, I'll take out this stuff. No. Great possibility of accidentally deleting a wall with this. There you go. No, wrong thing. Okay, now we need counter again. And try putting it in. I'll tell you, the height of that menu are directly above the thing that I'm locating is also a pain. And then from our regular equipment, we need a monitor. We want to size down. These things never want to locate well. There. And oh, there's a new lighting thing I want to try there too. This to see if it actually works, because when I tried it before, it did not. Oh, maybe it's going to here. That would be good. So now we're going to need more of those, but see how they light everything up nicely? That when they don't appear right? I would love to be able to do that, to be able to have, like, you know, put a stool down and then pop a sitting Viking on it, or a couch and put a couple of Gex on it. I would expect that they would enable that at some point. Now, give me the light back, and this time, put it on the wall correctly. Okay. So the system is going to be one under every window. And not there. That flat thing is what it was doing before. Okay, so you come upstairs. I have to switch the camera mode there, just to make it easier to see. There. You come upstairs, we have our barista, who is extremely short. And a long ways away from the bar. Maybe I can fix that. I don't want to move all that. Let's see if we can build another bar there. Closer to him. And if we can... Incoming storm. Yes, wave at me. Thank you. Ah, it went up. So we do want to get rid of these. No. No. R. Camera build mode. Delete what we have. Which unfortunately includes all of that stuff there. And it keeps going out of delete mode, which is annoying. But I'm sure that's a bug they'll fix. Then back to the bar. But now at the correct height. We hope. So finicky. And then we get rid of that one. No. Wrong button. Then, oh, that did not line up at all, but these did. That is really wonky. And I've got on a stool. So we want to get rid of that one. And try it again. Maybe we try it with the half counter. See if that does any better. See how the menu above there is in the way of my stuff? They obviously haven't, they haven't tested this. That menu could be anywhere. I got the whole bottom of the screen it could be in, or it could be another inch up or something like that. And it would look better in my opinion. Ah, that's what we could do. Line it up. Close enough. And then scoot over. And sink it into the wall. And nobody will ever really notice the difference unless they watch this video and see how badly I place it. There. Okay. So, you know. Now we can put some stools there. I really like the ornate stool, can you tell? Even though it locates in a strange way when it's near things. It's going to be a great thing for glitch building, I'm sure. Because it's another one of these objects that just pops to wherever. Customers are coming up to there, so we don't need to worry about that. What we need to do is put more tables down. And scale them up so that the same size, basically. Can we do that? Maybe line it up side by side. Looks like that's scaled up about the same size. Drop one in there. There. I turn it because camera won't go where I want it to go. There. And there. And then go place stools. I'll actually go place tools. Just a sec before I check the chat. Because, you know, decorating is important. Although by doing all this, I probably lose any credibility I've ever had as a PvPer. Because this is more like a game of space sims than anything else. Don't have enough stuff. Definitely needs a fireplace. I got the fireplace. I've just got to find it. There is a fireplace. Pretty sure I got it. Got the step ladder too. No. Pretty sure I got it. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I gotta go do some more shopping. Or it's not placed the same way. Just a sec, let's check that. Build mode. Oh, it would have been under build mode still. You used to build some things differently. You'd think it would appear in here somehow, but no. Now, I can give this a very dramatic effect by dropping a fissure in here, but I think that would overdo things, and there wouldn't be the space. But I will get the fireplace, and I will drop it right there. Right? Basically about there. Water feature? I don't have any of the... Oh, I could put some plants in. I don't have any of the extra stuff like that. Come on, can we not? I don't have enough carbon. Would you believe it? I don't have enough carbon. Off we go to shoot things. No, wrong shooting. Any plants, guys? These aren't technically plants? Wouldn't you know it? No, none of those are technically plants. Oh, there we go. No, that's a dihydrogen hiding there. You are either an impulse being, you are. Okay. Oh, there's something dangerous here. Well, I'll take your oxygen. Thank you very much. I'm gonna have to go set up a refiner. Now, hang on. There's the portable ones. Where are the actual refiners and the like? Oh, actually, I can set up a salvage capsule temporarily and see what was in. No. See what was in the last base that I tore down. Anything useful? Not horribly. No. Rats. There goes that idea. Well. Now, why is that happening? I want to pick up something. Wrong menu. That's what. Make carbon, if nothing else. Yeah, I know. And I'm sure they still are somewhere. It would be a terrible oversight if you can't build those anymore. Now, what this could also use is thinking. Oh yes, we have the opulent tapestry. I haven't seen that. Does not want to display on the wall. That's kind of funny. I would call that a bug. We won't do that one. That might require some special wall. Water skiing. Okay. How? Inquiring minds want to know. Oh, everything should always have a disconcertingly modern thing packed into the middle of it. But when you come up the stairs, we're going to have... That's really irritating. One of these. Ouch. I'll put it this way. Okay? There. So, yeah, I quite like the look of this. It needs some more lighting work. And possibly an opulent tapestry, if I can figure out how to do that. But right now, I would call that bugged. It does not want to locate anywhere unless it's on the ground. And that just doesn't look right. I do need to add, counter decorations in there. Possibly drop some food on the tray after I make some, but yeah. Okay, we can probably call that enough oxygen by now. Or carbon. How do I stop this again? Stop. And we will want to have some oxygen on us, too. Yes. Yes. Millions of years of technical evolution to produce the perfect intelligent robot, and he's stuck behind a bar serving coffee to numpties. So I don't know what we're going to do back here. Probably just turn it into quarters. Oh, the top of the thing is in there. Okay. But what else was there here that was a nice decoration? There were these rolls of canvas as a pile. Only we're going to scale those up a bit. Make them not quite square to the world. They've just been dropped by somebody up there. Ah, we could do that too, sure. So yeah, more decoration and stuff in here, but that's not all the building I want to build too. Don't know what I'll do down here. That thing isn't staying there because, well, quite frankly, it didn't have anything in it I needed. Now, I did want to go out here, and the front is not very safe for me, who has a tendency to fall off things a lot. Come on. You know you want to locate there. Thank you. And we're out of silicate. There are. I'm going to put up more flat terrace over here and try some of that, actually. Maybe I should do it on the other side. I should do it on the other side. Yeah. Anyway, right now, I have to go dig more dirt. See, this gets old very fast. Well, this is the thing. I would love to have NPCs with limited actions. Stick them on a stool, they'll sit down. Stand them on the floor, they'll just stand there. And they'll check their data pad. Or just talk. And you can put a pair of them there together and they look like they're talking to each other and gesturing and everything else. I think that would be really neat. Wanted that in Star Wars Galaxies too. Closest you could get was dropping a vendor that basically never moved. Which didn't work all that well either, but at least put somebody in the picture as people, right? But I think that's a really simple thing they could add that would be a neat addition. I don't know that there is a way to max it up. I don't think it comes from anything. I don't think you can turn anything into it. We need Bosk here. They'll be like, oh yeah, you just need a large, and you put in silver and platinum and ferrite dust, and it turns out silicate powder, which would be a terrible trade. just occurred to me I need to put in a door down on the bottom level too. My base computer is under this building, so I'll eventually want to get there and be able to interact with it and all that. And that'll be difficult if I've walled it in completely. I'll tell you, this expansion really adds a lot to things. I got the opportunity to be invited to go and, protect the community, but it was on the planet that I logged in on, which is one that I had a base on, which had the worst cold weather I've ever seen on any planet, and I decided, no, I'm going to pass that up. And I don't know how I go about getting a new invite for something like that. Right, that's it. So I'm stuck with endless hours of doing this if I want to build in stone. Oh well, I'll stop in a minute, go build some more, and try to remember to dig my silicate ore off camera later. Quite probably, yes. Wrong thing. No. Up, not down. Thank you. Yeah, I know. I know. Okay. Yes, in case you hadn't detected it, I'm going to build another building over here at some point. So I thought I would just lay out the panels now, build the walls now, and build the building later. So now we need to go to pop back out of build mode again. Yes, this planet has weird flying fish monsters. Okay. No, it didn't do it. There. Yeah, I know. They're very bizarre. And kind of cool. But, I don't think you can tame them, so you can't ride them, which is too bad. I don't know if you've done anything with the pets yet with this. Okay, so now we need the low wall so we can continue the safety first. I have a couple. They're very odd. What was I going to do here? Oh yeah, I was going to check out the... Where is it here? No. Be here. No. Furnishing. I think it would be under furnishing. But no. Oh, there it is. Canvas gazebo. I want to see what it looks like. Well, not stunning, but, you know, kind of cool, I suppose. Sure. Now. Right? Now we're going to go back to this. And to be consistent, we're going to put in one of these. But line it up with the other one over here. So right there, but like that. Is that right? That's too far over. That is too far over. Need it. There. Rid of this. Then we need wallage. I don't think the guys that set this up, the developers, spend much time in build mode. I really don't. Because their pop-up menu thing is in the way. Completely. Now, I wonder what happens when you build another one of these on top. Does it do the same thing? It does. Okay, so it doesn't do anything different. Now we're going to try this. Top. It should do the same thing as it did before. Oh, see, I haven't even looked to see about switching the color on this. I should do that too, shouldn't I? Or put a band of color in. Just to see what it looks like. So let's try small stone wall. Color. Oh, they're not exactly stunning, are they? Only got your choices of sort of sandy colored and stuff. Well, we'll try the blue and white. Oh, don't put me back down again. And again, I don't have enough silicate bloody powder. Yes, you have. Hello, fire is wet. I am, needless to say, not playing DOC at the moment. It's not that it suddenly got a completely different, there we are, completely different graphics engine or anything like that. It's just, it's a whole different game. It's not DOC the way you recall it at all. This is No Man's Sky, which just had a patch that added in a whole pile of stuff I just had to check out. And if I had been streaming DOC, I would be leveling my character and everything, and that would be cool, but my mind would be going, well, I gotta check this thing out in No Man's Sky the entire time I was doing it. So I decided I would just say to hell with it and go stream some No Man's Sky for a night. Plus the Caledonia event is on, and I'm not doing the Caledonia event on live, so there's a whole bunch of people that are going to be pumped for the Caledonia event, and then there'd be me not streaming that. And I figured that was counterproductive too, perhaps. How are you doing, though? Oh, I know. If they could give it a graphics upgrade so that it looked modern, it would be completely different. There's two things I think they need to do with DOC. That's one of them. Somebody needs to figure out how to upgrade the graphics if they can. Tremendous amount of work, I'm sure. And the second thing is I need to put it on Steam. Because there's an awful lot of people that are used to, they log into Steam and go through their game collection. They browse and look for more games, but they look on Steam. And why shouldn't they? And they don't see older games that they have to download. They may not even know how to download them. You know. So unfortunately, the things that I'm building all require silicate powder to be built, so I have to go mine them, which is annoying. I'm going to end up running out of room here or something and have to well, either fill it all back in again, which is possible but time consuming, and then mine it again, or go set up a base with a teleporter on some airless planet which nobody is ever going to care about and which you can't ruin the view of, and just go mine all my silicate there. Because for sure and certain I'm going to go through a lot of it. Oh, they've also done some good stuff with base rendering, I think. Like I went and visited one of my bases that used to not display very well. And well, now I have a problem. Where's my way out? Ah. Oh, there we are. I'm going to end up dropping something here just so I can find it again. No, this is not really pretty Minecraft, although I like the base building part of it immensely. See, there's the weird creatures. flying sort of whalefish things. No, this is primarily a survival and exploration game. Um, and it starts off as definitely a survival game because they start you off with a crashed spaceship and basically no resources to do anything with. And then you work your way up from there to discovering the mystery of why you exist and where you are and everything else like that. And I won't spoiler any of that stuff. And along the way, you have the opportunity to explore more potential rendered planets than could ever be visited by human beings if they played this game. It's by far the largest game in existence, no question. It's just insanely large. $18 quintillion, yeah. And the amazing thing is, with that many planets, it's not at all uncommon to go to a planet that, well, it's not uncommon to go to a planet that nobody's ever been to. That happens all the time. But there is also often somebody's been there already and named the thing. And it's kind of amazing that you can ever encounter anybody who's been somewhere like that. Now, sorry for the weird zooming here, but build mode is so much better than regular mode for building. No, I do not want that there. They've changed my build method, unfortunately, so now we want to oh, there's the thing. This is never quite going to line up right by putting that extra level in there. See if I can get the stairs in first.
Weather warning. Incoming storm.
Stairs are a real problem with locating them in this game right now. They weren't before. I'll walk inside. Yeah, there's a fair number of people that stream this still. Unless you're talking about DAOC. No. See, those stairs locate just fine. I bet you I can put another pair here. Yeah. Getting them in down here. Royal pain in the butt. I'm going to have to manually locate them. Maybe from the ground floor. Can't do anything because of the damn storm. The ground floor stairs are a royal pain in the butt, and I don't know why. Oh, there's tons of people playing this game. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a brilliant game. Um, and the thing is, because they keep adding content to it for free, uh, you know, you play for a while. If you get bored with it, well, there's another expansion coming in 4 months or whenever, and they'll add some major feature for you to go try, or some minor feature that's really neat. And that has happened a lot. Can't remember how many expansions there've been, but they've all been free.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
Yeah, so that's going to have to be the way I locate stairs, is manually like that. But that's okay. I can now go the stairs, stairs to the top here, and throw in another floor. Hopefully. Oh, I'm not in snap in place mode here. Those short walls cause a problem too. Yes, you can. It's not really a PvP game, but that doesn't stop people from doing it, of course, because, you know, human beings. Um, but yes, you can do that. Now, go look at the arches. That looks one arch. Come on, up. Oh, actually, you only need them in a few places. Oh, that's weird. Right. I have to watch how they've done it because of the short stone walls, which I should probably just get rid of. Didn't look all that different. Oh, they're down lower. Right. Then we're just going to put arch on top of it like that one. No, it will not locate correctly. Interesting. Okay, delete mode. Delete. No. Build camera is irritating. Gone and done. Bad things to the interface. This. Like forcing me to turn on delete for every item I delete. So I thought I'd get fancy architecturally here and put in these low walls, but they're just causing problems. Oh, that's what I'm doing wrong. Hitting the wrong thing. Yes, if people forgot to turn that off, then people can be annoying. Although they have done some changes to address some of that stuff now too. Come on. Thank you. Notice too that they've got rid of that annoying clicking sound that used to happen every time it flicked into a new place. That's good too. Now, can I fix the security issue there? How can I do that? Oh, actually, that's one thing. Drop that there. And grab this. Back again. Actually, no. Small stone. Oh, I'm sure there are. Yeah, absolutely. No. Back to that. Select. Build mode. That. Now, what I wanted to check. Hello,
Fracora just joined the
Fracora.
shield wall.
Thank you very, very much. Awesome. Not that you haven't done that before, but you know, it's always great to see you again. Hello. I am doing a different game. I know this. I know. If you were expecting DOC, you're not getting it. This was the game I started streaming with, and they did a big update, and I kind of had to come here and give it a shot. See what I thought of the update. So I'm just putting that in there so that nobody can jump out. Well, more actually, so that I can't fall out by accident, which I've done many times in bases that I've built. And I'm out of silicate powder. How you doing today, Fricora? Up to anything interesting? Oh, here, I will... How do I go to photo mode to show you what I built so far? So there's a power source there where that marker is, so I'll be able to get power into here. And oh, there's a building up there. Okay, there's a building up there, and then up there where you can see my mech suit standing there, there is a copper mine, and I'm probably going to build copper mine there too. I'm doing fine. I had a very interesting interview. I applied for a job as a 911 operator, and the interview process was exhausting, but really fascinating. So I'll only know if I'm getting the job if they give me a call, and if I make it through all the training and stuff like that. But it was a fascinating thing to apply for, and could be a very interesting, if stressful, job. Yeah, so this is kind of a neat setting on a very peaceful planet. Sure. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'll let you folks know if anything comes up with it. If I do end up doing that, then you will know, because my schedule for streaming will go all to heck. Where's my hole? And other things you don't really want to hear me say. I go past it. Gonna have to put a marker there to find it too. Was just right down here. Okay, when in doubt, use that camera mode too. There it is, over past those three and then down. Okay. Oh, the joy, the excitement of mining silicate. This is how I get the material I need to build all that fine, neat-looking architecture, though. Oh, right. I never showed fire is wet, the inside of the building that I've built there, too. I'll have to show you that. It could have turned into a Starbucks if they'd had Starbucks in, say, 16th century Cairo. I don't want to mine so high up that I cut my way back out to the surface again. But, or in a direction where I do that. So kind of have to go this way. And they really have adjusted how often you have to refuel the weapon. Oh, that's a thing too. I forgot. Yes. I have to go look at that. And just for reference, Fire is Wet, you can play this game with your keyboard and mouse and everything else. I'm playing it with a controller because I started off playing it on the PS4, and then I streamed it on the PS4 using PS4 remote, so I was playing it using a controller, and I'm used to that. It feels wrong to try and do it on the keyboard, but lots of people do because they started off playing it that way. Okay. Now, where is the way out? Yep, I gotta put a marker up there or something. Actually, maybe we can do that right now by finding a flag. Just planting it right there. Oh yeah, I know you can. I can't. Every game I play on the PC is played using a mouse, and now my new controller, except this one, which I can't play that way. It just doesn't work for me. I've got to play it with a controller. Okay, so here's the interior that I'm starting to decorate up top here. So, just a series of tables, some lighting, and my science guy playing barista here, with a really frightening coffee machine, if that's what you're getting, right? Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Now, I was, but I don't think that thing's gonna stay there. I was putting a roof on this sucker, wasn't I? And I have not played with the fancy roofs. That's timber. We want stone. There must be a fancy stone roof panel. You bet. Um, Come on. There should be a corner panel too somewhere. So we can put one of those, well, 4 of those in. Lose the build camera mode. Really wish it didn't pop out of that every time. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but I must be doing something wrong. Funny, that doesn't look lined up when it does that. Guess it deliberately overlaps. Oh, no. I had it. Which is good, because the other ones could, the other types could sometimes not line up at all. There, doesn't that look funky? Okay, now we do need a power source, and I should be able to drop one in right down here, and then we can eventually cover it over. Just drop in. Oh, actually, let's drop in walls. I figure 4 power panels will probably do. More than enough. Now we need tech. Tech, where are you, tech? Power and industry, electromagnetic generators. And then I don't know what the part they're showing me is. Not giving me wiring that way. Oh, they've changed the way wiring works. See, that did not work. That did not work. Yes. Oh, that's another thing they've added. I gotta put in one of those. They've added in a new landing pad too. Alternative landing pad, it's called. So we'll have to drop one of those in. Why is it switched menus on me here? Why? Will it not let me? That looks like it worked better. But when the cursor is right underneath your menu, it's really hard to tell. It used to make a snap to noise as well. Oh, see, that failed completely. Okay, those three should be connected. I need to delete these wires. Where's the delete thing there? Come on. No, it's still trying to build. Okay, maybe if I build something else and then hit F4. Yeah. It's gone and made it hard again. This is really weird. And that isn't connected at all. That look connected? You didn't connect at this end. So they've gone and broken something here. And I don't know why. Oh, that's why. Come on. Pick an object again. Sure. Something small. None of those things. One of these. That's what happened there. All of these wires are toast because I didn't have toggle wiring triangle. There. From there. No, from there. There. It's not being able to see the cursor because of the pop-up menu. That is the real plague here. Now, one of those wires was buggered. F4. Let me get rid of that. No. Gotta go to some other build item. Sure, we'll take a sphere creator. Or that, sure. There. Okay, hard to see for the storm here, just a sec. I'll go back inside and show you. I don't know what the keyboard command is, but now on the controller you hit the up arrow. That brings up this. You want to build, say, a hazard protection unit. That's what I'm going to build now. And I hit the square button and it goes to delete mode. And that's how you delete stuff. But the other thing I can do is hit select the thing I'm going to build, Health Station, and hit the down arrow again, and it has toggle free placement. So I can place it anywhere I want, regardless of what the rules say. I can rotate it weird ways and do strange things to it. And then when I hit the bottom arrow again, it goes to snap replacement enabled. Well, I was trying to locate wires without snap replacement enabled. So that's the problem, basically. Okay, now, what do we need here? We need, I'm sorry to say, a bit more stone floor, because I gotta have a battery room. And then I can go underneath here, if I can. Maybe in build camera mode. Hit the square and delete that wall, because I'm not going to need it. And hit the square and delete that wall. And then go back and put in some more walls, which we can build 19 of, so that's good. So this is intended as a separate building, so I don't care that it doesn't line up precisely. So I just basically drop those at random there, the platforms I'm built on here. And now I am going to build a box around them to cover them up, because they look very modern in a environment that isn't. And then I'll run the wiring. Well, then I'll build some batteries, make sure all the power works, and I don't need to wipe all this out again. I should probably have done that first. Not enough silicate powder. Right, batteries. Advanced tech? No. Power and industry, right, okay. Battery. Don't have enough condensed carbon. Only really need one. We'll make some condensed. And I'll catch up. Yes, I have robotic animals. Here, I'll haul one out. Just let me make enough of this to make one battery. Well, maybe 2 batteries. Actually, 1 battery will do. No, I did not want glass. I want you to get out of that. Go to build mode battery. And we'll drop in I only have enough for 1. Okay. Toggle wiring. Now, the wiring's blue, so we can go see how much power we're getting. None used. 964K available. And grid power storage should probably be enough. I'm only going to really need... Oh, I'll need more down the road. But right now I don't. Okay, so animal. Here, we'll bring out Ouya. Is that how I bring them out? I can't remember. No. There we go. There. That's one of my silicone pets. Who likes to run around a lot. And as a result, we can't see because she's too excited. Build mode. Or camera mode, rather. There. So they actually have some sorts of emotions and responses that they can have when you treat them, when you feed them and pet them and all that sort of stuff. I need to go dig some more. Ouya is huge. So don't know if she'll come indoors. Never tested that. No. Apparently not. Yes. You can ride your mount too. And you can breed them so that, not the mechanical ones maybe, but the flesh and blood ones you can genetically manipulate to change their characteristics, which is also cool. And I've done a little bit of that, but not much. I don't quite know how it works. There's like, I think 8 different genetic markers that you can affect or something like that. So you can make a mild pet aggressive through generations, or the reverse. Some of them you can make very affectionate and protective, so when something stalks you, they'll go attack it. Not what I was doing, going up there. Have you done the living ship stuff yet? I don't particularly like it. I thought I was going to like it, but I don't particularly. But some people really do. absolutely hated the quest for it. What I don't really like about the living ships is the difficulty of upgrading their components. They're really cool looking. They're really neat in VR when you're inside one. I'm playing on PC here, but if I play on the PS4, I have a VR headset. And this game is one of the best ones out there for VR, in my opinion, of all the ones that I've watched videos for. It really looks good, and they've done a good job in designing it. It's kind of amazing that they included that in all of this. When they were doing all the other stuff, they also included VR on the PlayStation. That's kind of amazing. I'm going to end up mining for miles here and need to leave a trail of flags or something. There's no way to mine this stuff, which is really annoying. Okay. Flag in the face. I think it's got to be, well, that's what that is. One of the biggest titles. For sure. I'm sorry. I'm going to dismiss you. Here, have a treat. And then, how do I get rid of them? Dismiss. Okay. Hi, Bosk. I'm building, well, in part, I'm building a coffee shop with the new stuff that they've added to the game here. So, we got a bunch of tables, some lights. I got to add more to it. We have this guy as a barista. And I'm just building power now on the far side of this second building over here. Okay, so we were putting up walls. Bad news is if you want to use this stuff, Bosk, you gotta go dig up an awful lot of buried tech. I don't think I'm in build mode. That's what's wrong. I think I went through another 140 or so buried tech to get here. We want and then we need the door. And we're going to need some steps. I thought there was some little steps. There are. Stone half ramp platform. No. That to be different than it is. Okay, well, put in another stone floor panel and maybe that'll solve. Oh, that's the other thing, Bosk. Now, when you go to build something, like say this thing here, I'll go into build mode and I can just drop it in place into build mode, or I can hit the down arrow. It'll be a different thing on the keyboard, but now it's in free build mode, so I can move it and put it anywhere I want. So an awful lot of the stuff that people do by glitching right now, as long as it doesn't require putting it at a different angle, I think you're going to be able to do with this stuff. And then you can hit it back to snapped placement. No, I can't. That's what I mean. I can rotate, but I can't do the other stuff. But it's easily accessed now. But you're right. No, I can't change the orientation. I've got to go do glitching to do that. That's true. We want more stone walls. Oh. Oh, no. We want to use a large stone window, because it doesn't look like a large stone window. It looks like this fancy schmancy little weird window. Unless you put it indoors. But I really like the look of the stone. I'm never going to get bored of this, I don't think. And you'll note the way it changes to keep a consistent architectural style too, which is cool. Now, delete mode has changed. And now we need roof. And we're just going to go with a flat roof, because I don't care. It's just a power building and I'm just hiding it. And by the sounds of it, I have one of those creatures trying to eat my face there, too. Somewhere around. Yes. Ack, your Z key. I don't know how it got Z key, but I imagine you mean the Z key. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what's happening there with this. Now. I'm gonna have to run power at some point there, and I don't know how I'm gonna do that unless I go through the basement, perhaps. Oh, I can't stand the Z keys. Terrible people. Don't have a security arch there, but I have a little balcony out here now. Which is, you know, neither here nor there. Oh, yeah, that's right. There's more lights to place. We're just gonna... I'm confused. There it is. Z key, yes, I know. Power doors? You mean you know they are, or check out to see if they are? Oh, it power doored. Or should it not open unless you set up power? There was a patch today. Earlier, I don't know when, but there was. Oh, yeah. Right. There is also... Actually, let's make this dramatic. Get rid of that thing. Go to here. Down to here. Go into build mode. Figure out where the center bit would be for this. Probably right there. Go back, get this. Put it there. And then back. Drop in one of these suckers. They look cool. Even if they kind of float. And then more walls. We'll go with the other type of wall. And then try some of the new lights, which I haven't tried yet. Not those. Oh yeah, there's those divider things too. There's a bunch of little props you can get too, which I haven't played with. They didn't add in any more switches for you, which I was thinking they might do. No, I'm missing it here. He was actually just yesterday, I think. Amazingly enough. No, it's not there. Where are my other lights? Power and industry, that's cool. I think they may have lost some stuff. What have they done with them? All the regular lights that used to be here, I don't see them. I've lost them somewhere.
Incoming storm.
I mean, there's the new table lamp and the wall light, and that's cool. But, oh, there we go. Okay. Just me being dozy. I want to try this lamp post. And of course, I'm going to try the new lamppost in a storm. Looks like it has to be powered too. Okay, now we need power and industry, electrical wiring, and there should be a connector at the bottom there, right? No? Maybe not. Maybe they don't require power. They do provide a tiny amount of light, and they may even be flat on the ground. Good.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
Yes. The problem was I was scrolled here and not seeing them. Um, Now I like this new light. Um, which does its light horizontal. And that was always the problem for me before, was that it didn't really have any light that went out horizontally. They are finicky though, they can end up backwards. If I go down here, there it disappears. See, that adds a bit more light to the room and is kind of atmospheric, and I like that. I'll end up putting them up higher too. This little tower doesn't really have a purpose yet. So now if I go into, see, they've got this red cable down the back that makes it look like they should be powered. Yeah, I'm sure that's the case. No, that, then up. So there's kind of what I have so far. Now I am going to try the new landing pad too. And maybe we should try sticking that off the other side over there. Now, that's probably... Oh. There, alternative landing pad. Only requires carbon, which is kind of cool. No. No. I don't know what it attaches to. That's the problem. Maybe that it won't attach to stone. It could be. Could be, in which case all I need is a flat place to place it. I just want somewhere where it doesn't look like crap. I don't know anything about it. Maybe I should try putting it on something. Like seeing if I can put it on one of the shapes or something. Wherever they are. I just drop you there, sir. And I then put a landing pad on top of you and have it be balanced. I can, in fact, not do that. Okay, well, we will just drop it and delete this thing. I don't like what they've done with deletion. Oh, I need a nav data for my ship. Wouldn't you know it? Okay, so it's just a tiny little pad, but I gotta find a way to make it look good rather than just sink into the ground like that. But I'll worry about that later. Now, what else was there that got added in here? I looked and they didn't add in any interesting looking controls for you, I don't think. Yeah, it is a very cool game. I really like it, and I haven't gotten bored with it yet. Well, that's not true, actually. I stopped playing it for a while there because I kind of got bored with it. But I do want to put in a teleport. Let's do that, because what base is complete without a teleport, right? And what better place to put one? Say you. What am I missing? 2 carbon nanotubes.
Product constructed.
No, I didn't do any of the expeditions thing at all. I don't remember exactly why either. Okay, now we are going to hide everything to do with wiring. So I'm just going to openly run a wire across country through everything to the battery and then build one of the cover up thing. What's it called? The pop-up menu that appears over top of everything is really annoying. Electrical cloaking. Sure. There. Now no one's set to wire. Need a door at that end too, I guess. Yes, and the floating menu. Yeah, the floating menu thing often is not, particularly if I'm in build mode. Oh, not in this case. I need a smaller object, but it can. appear right over top of the cursor, so I can't see where my cursor is because there's this frigging menu in the way. Well, that's kind of annoying and useless. Now, there was a thing I was going to try, too, and I haven't tried it. Well, no, if I go to, pick a small thing. Put a vintage teapot somewhere. And go into build mode. Oh, actually, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Yeah, and I don't really need it to be there at all. But if it was going to be anywhere, they could have it pop up at the bottom of the screen and it wouldn't be in the way at almost any angle. Now, I do need to figure out what else I need to add in down here. With its very low ceiling. Probably not much. Actually, what I could put in are... My problem is I used to know exactly where everything is, and now I don't. Oh, yeah. There's another thing that I didn't know was here that I added, or got, so I could add it. Just drop it right here to look at it. So for whatever reason, there is now a stone trough. So this is all, these are all under legacy structures now, which I find is funny. There was another thing I wanted to find here that I got. Probably in here. No. Should be here. Isn't here. Sure, I remembered to buy it. Maybe I'll have to go back to the anomaly and check just to make sure. There's all the alloy stuff. I haven't tried building with that either, but it's supposed to look great. And the new wood stuff. Haven't tried that. Nope, not seeing it anywhere. There's an electrical sign you can get. Okay. Is there any? Yes, there is. We'll go get the buried tech. Hopefully it isn't under the mountain or something. Too far. Not very far at all. Good. A suspicious pulse engine module. Well, I'll get right on that. How much buried tech do we have? Any? Not many. No space there. Ships out of range. Okay. I don't have any. Abandoned building. Do not care. Buried tech. Right under my building where I can't get at it. Okay. Okay, we'll see you, Actual Kevin. Thanks for dropping by. And I hope you'll be streaming this sucker yourself soon and finding out some of the new stuff that there is here. I have not tried defending a town. Apparently they have changed the way the sentinels work. I don't know if that's to make them more aggressive or better AI or what, but apparently they've done stuff to the sentinels. I just don't know what it is. Why was I able to see that power cable? I thought I had built one of those things to get rid of exactly that. Maybe we'll fly to it. Hey. Okay, go start your stream. Have a good one. The silly way to collect your buried tech. Yep. Excuse me. There was a couple of nasties down here, right? We're not having that. Oh, it's right there. $117. There's the base. Silly, but I really want to go get more stuff from the anomaly, and I need this buried tech in order to be able to do it. Come on. And there was another one around here somewhere. 299 and 231. Really short distance, but I don't have the ability to call my ship to me. I have to go get something else in order to be able to do that. And it's navigation data, and it's really annoying to grab if you forget when you have the chance. Looks like I landed right on it. And then there was another one really close. Wish you could have multiple markers. That'll. I think that marked it. Maybe not. It did not. Didn't mean to shoot the ground. Okay. Now, is there any close by? 93 units. Too easy. $179 that way. And then that should be, well, actually, I should check and see how much I have. Buried tech somewhere here, right? Cargo. Salvage data, 21. Oh, that should be enough. Screw this. Let's go to the anomaly. Now, I have this neat sort of squid-like ship. And that's my freighter up there, too. But this squid-like ship took hours of camping a place in order to get it. Oh, well, cool. Fishing's fun. Yeah, no problem. Thank you very much for dropping by. We'll have good luck fishing. Where are you going fishing? What sort of fishing? If you don't mind me asking. Too close to the planet still. I haven't been fishing in ages, but I used to like going trolling for salmon on the coast here with my cousin who had a boat and engine and everything else. Okay. Yeah, well, I'm on the west coast of Canada. We have like 4 varieties of salmon here. And it's one of my favorite fish to eat too, so. I'm actually not a big fish eater. I never have been. I don't like seafood all that much for somebody who grew up on the coast. But I do like the process of fishing. I like the challenge and the relaxation and, you know, it's all cool stuff. Anyway, you have a good one. Have a good holiday. Yep, okay, catch and release too. That didn't used to be a thing unless you caught what they call grilse. Yeah. Grilse are salmon that are too small to eat and you're supposed to throw them back legally, so that's what we did, of course. Because they're the future of salmon. But, so I gotta get all these. But, I don't know what I was gonna say. Forget it. Have a good one. Have an excellent one. Okay, so there's some hanging stuff there. There's a new chair. Yep. Thanks very much. It's awesome you came by in the first place. So, glad to hear from you again. Well, that stuff's cool. I haven't got any of that. What I'm looking for is this sign. There we are. Illuminated sign. And learn how to make that. Triple hanging lamp. Hanging. Oh, yeah. Okay. We want all these lamps. Just to try them out. Or at least these two, anyway. And the tube light. Always worth spending points on lighting. I don't know about the lamp. Blade hanging lamp. Oh well, I'll spend a point on it anyway. Can't try it if I don't have the blueprint. Lots of wood stuff and 16 points left. So we'll look at the non-wood stuff first. See what we're missing. Not a lot. That's cool. Okay. We'll unlock some posters. Five points left. See how those go up. Two left. Corner table. We'll leave those two. We'll get the upholstered chair. Okay, so now, while I go back in there, there are very few things I can't make. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Didn't get the globe this time. I don't know why. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. And then a bunch I haven't unlocked. 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. Oh, and then more. 38. 40, 42, 44, 45, 48, 49, 50, 51. And then we're back to, oh no, 51, 53, 55, 56, 59. So I still gotta go dig up a bunch of that stuff. Still, new things to play with is always cool. And why not just teleport back down to space? remember what it's named, because I haven't actually renamed it. My base. And is it the last one I built? No. Does it appear at the top? No. Yeah, so I have, oh, Ego, current system. There we go. Which is why I put in the teleporter before. What time is it? 11:55. I might want to stop sometime soon. Having a lot of fun building though. I know it's a little dry. Okay, so I need to go look and find out why. Put a switch on this thing? No. Then that appears to have stopped working. Because when you have one of these on your base, you should not see an electric wire. And I kind of am seeing that electric wire. Should be that I wouldn't see any of these except when I turned on build mode. Then it would show me where wires were in case I needed. So 45K storage off the one battery, and we're using 20 of 964K, and this is built on a power source, so it's never going to run out of power. So that's good. Why I built it. Where is my ship gone? Why is it not landing on the landing pad that I so carefully put in here? Oh, because I teleported down and they still haven't fixed that. Okay, now, the other thing was the base computer is somewhere underground here. Can I see where? I think it's under here, so I need to put in a means to get to it. Yeah. No. Try stone arch door. Complete mode. And put in the same stone arch door, but go back into build mode to do it. Now I can just jump over the side, go inside, and find my base computer. There it is. Not going to need to do that very often, but with my ship plunged halfway down. That's funny. Take a screenshot. Upload base. So now when somebody sees it on one of the travel monitors, they should see that picture, ideally. And otherwise, you don't really need to worry about that. Hello, Rick Note. It's fun. I'm just building with the stone. Here, I'll go back into camera mode. Just building with the stone style of building. And I really like all the texturing and effects that it has. So there's the structure that I built so far. That one there with the marker in it is where I found power. So it's got power in it. And then there's these two buildings here. And I have built a, basically built a Starbucks upstairs here. Playing with the new decorations. Like this rolls of carpet and stuff. Awesome. Thank you very, very much, dude. I really appreciate that. And by the way, 4 months at a time? 4 months at a time? That's a new record. Nobody's ever done that before. Thank you. So I've installed my science guy as a barista here and built a little coffee shop. No particular reason. Don't know what I'm going to do with this room here. Maybe make it a backroom poker game table. There's a bunch of new... Actually, I should put some of those out just to show them. Sorry. They've changed the build menu, which is just driving me nuts, but is still cool. And they've changed some of the way stuff works. I'm going to give this guy a really big teapot. Like a samovar in Russia. And then we want a vintage dish. Sure. How much can I do with the sieve? Proud to be the longest street. Yeah, I don't know what you mean by the sieve. I'm feeling particularly dense right now. Cup. Put in some cup. Did you mean sub? Were you dictating? This. Well, they added in hundreds of new build items, which is one of the things that got me coming here. You can now... Oh, they now have alien towns. So you can... Just realized my camera is up a little high there. There, how's that? Yes, waving at me. You can now have alien towns. So you can find these alien towns. They are being threatened by sentinels. I have not done this yet, but you can go and apparently take over the town and then start affecting the way it works to make it function more effectively. I don't know what that means. Haven't done it yet. And build some sort of defenses to help defend it against attacks by sentinels. That all sounds really intriguing to me and really carries over the idea of frontiers. Then they added all this stuff here, which I quite like. All the new decorations and stuff, and there's more of it that I haven't played with yet. I just got some more of it. I should try some of those wall hangings. The tapestry did not work. Oh, well, now that's kind of cool. Oh, I like that. I gotta go stick those down outside. Yeah, it does. It really does. And I think, I could be wrong, but I think that they have made some improvements to the way the sentinels fight and stuff like that. Don't hold me to it, but I believe that's what they've done. I'll go with this one and try it. And this one over this door, like I had upstairs. And then I'm losing my health, so I should go back indoors. Yeah, so that's the main things that I know of, is that they added all this new construction stuff, and then they added these village things that you can do. When I logged in, I had logged off on one of my planets that was just the worst cold planet ever. And I got a quest prompt to go and help this place. So I flew there, and it looked neat, and I couldn't see it because there was a storm, and I know that on this planet there's a storm every 2 minutes. It's just continuous, pretty much. Winter storm, really freezing cold, and just terrible. So I thought, no, I'm not going to do it there. I'm going to find some place that's nicer. And I just haven't come across one yet. But I haven't done that much exploration. I've been going to places that I have already been doing stuff. Oh, that's stuck out of there. That's kind of ugly. I should fix that. Even though putting this staircase in was a royal pain in the butt. The bottom staircase will not locate on its own. But they have this free building mode thing here, which lets you just stick a thing in somewhere. So that's what I'm going to do, is use that. There, I think that'll look better. Won't stick out of the building anyway, hopefully. Yes, much better. Oh, I do like these things. And I put in one of these glitches that I had, a light fissure, just as a central decoration here. There's some other stuff too that's been added here, and I can't think of what it is. Oh yeah, there's these. I don't know what good they do, but they might make a decoration. Don't know if that improves anything or not, but it's at least different, and I can always take it out later. I don't think that does add to it. I think it looks kind of weird. Yep, looks kind of weird. Oh well, for the moment. What else have I heard? Not much, but I think they've improved the way the graphics are a little bit too. That when you're looks a little odd when your ship lands there instead of on the platform because you teleported in. Those really suck. Oh, have you heard a name for it? Because it's hard to imagine anything this ambitious, actually. But once somebody's set the bar somewhere, there's a challenge for people, right? I haven't tried the new alloy stuff at all. What else was there that was new here? Oh, under lights. Not showing under that. Oh, yes. Try it on this wall, but make it really as big as it can go. Oh, I think it's going to get a lot of hype, New World. It's going to get an awful lot of people who play it, and I'm going to be one of them. I really liked it. But I think it's going to take a while before it can live up to the people's explanation of what they thought it was going to be. Not explanation, that's not the right word. Expectation, that's what I'm thinking of. I think people have set a really, really high standard, and it would be almost impossible to live up to that, and people are going to be upset. Well, I ran around and tried a lot of crafting and things like that. I really liked it. I didn't try the PvP side of things. I'm not sure I got a high enough level to do it, but I was never tempted to try turning my flag for PvP on. I did see an awful lot of cases of one person running up the road and 5 people stand up and kill them, and then they have to run up the road again and go a different way, and 5 people stand. There was a lot of ganking, which is to be expected, I suppose, but still, it didn't look all that interesting to me overall. Right, I have a new shell. Yeah. Would be somewhere in here. Sure. A bunch of new other decoration stuff that I don't have yet. No, that's not working right. The new lighting thing I liked. Wrong way. Don't like that pop-up that comes over top of everything. Could be here. That's why. Okay. This. One of those in the corner. Make it really big. They cast a neat light, and I like. So it's not a lot of light, but it does add up. And there's a new one that was a ceiling light I was going to try too. I've got so big a ceiling. One problem this game really had before was that the lighting was atrocious. So they seem to have dealt with that. That ceiling piece there I have to replace. Buggered up a little bit. I don't think these are all centered perfectly, but I want to see how much effect they have on the room, and it's quite a bit actually. That's not bad. Now that is actually the center of the room, so the fact that it's buggered up is not so bad, because I could try a different light there and make it really big. See how big it'll get. Probably too big. Still, that's different. Oh, it casts a big pool of light too. That's cool. I added this stuff here, big bundles of cloth. Just what I thought I needed. And we need another one of these over top of that. See if it lights it up. It does. Okay, that's good. That's cool. So I like the new style of building design here immensely. I haven't tried the other new style that they've got, which is alloy. I haven't tried that at all. But the fact is that when they announced that they had stone here, that was the thing that I would have liked the most for them to have had at release. And I really think the effect is much nicer than, add it there, thank you, much nicer than any of the other ones that they've come up with earlier, subject to my seeing the alloy stuff, that is. And I'm glad that they've paid attention to the way all this stuff looks. The lighting improvement is huge. I think the construction style is amazing looking, and I'm really enjoying playing with it. I know it's possibly a little dry as a stream, unless you happen to be into base building. But then, if you're into base building, they've done a lot of neat stuff. A lot of neat stuff. Now, there is an electric sign that I want to try as well. Should be somewhere here, you would think. Being a lighting thing. Yes, illuminated sign. Which we're going to make as big as possible. Well, which is quite big actually. Oh yeah, that's funky. I like that. Now, if I could control what it said on there, that'd be even better. I guess maybe I need to put a pile of landing space out here or something, right? Yes, I have a little balcony off here that you can stare out at the gorgeous view. I know. Woot. Don't know what I'm going to do with the bottom floor there. No idea. But the top part is my coffee shop. Or maybe it's the unit mess. I don't know. But barista and all. And that is my power there. And then up here, you can see him. Oh, it'll be gone now. Right. I dropped my exomech on the spot of a copper mine because I'll build the copper mine too. I might as well get free copper, right? But I then left the planet and came back. So, not so much. Oh no, that's curious. My screen. Let's see. My screen on Twitch is not showing the whole picture, which is kind of odd. It should be. Let me go. Oh, sorry. There. Enjoy that view. Let me alt tab out of here and I'm going to go check something so the image will probably go all weird. Just a sec. And the sound will probably disappear for a second. You get me back, but when I go into camera mode, oh, I see what's happening, I think. Yes. Okay. So I will have to make a special screen I can flick to that shows the whole image. I don't think I have one of those. Just so people could see screen addresses and stuff like that. Because I don't, I don't care if somebody else comes here. That would be kind of cool, actually. I could see what they think of it. But they'll never find the address if it's hidden behind me. And I think even if I switched my picture to being over here, it's covered by the UI there too. So my overlay. So maybe I'll have to move my overlay for No Man's Sky broadcast. Something, I don't know. Anyway, quite happy with that. And the decorations and stuff that are here that have been added, and this style of building I really like. There is one stone element I have not tried that I wanted to try. Rooted stone wall cap. Build mode. Don't see what the point of that is. I mean, I suppose you could use it to build something, and you can stick it off a wall, but I don't know why you'd want to. No. I thought maybe it was to go in the corners here, but it doesn't really fit very well there either. So, I don't know. Yeah, that's nicely lit up. Got to be decorated. Got to add a pile of junk in there. But quite happy with this. Haven't figured out what to do with the back room here, but I will. Sign appears to have popped all the way through, which is kind of odd. Can I hide it with this? Maybe I can, or at least some of it. Make it really big. Maybe not that big. Okay, it still has all this here, but I can hide that by putting more machinery in here. Well, that's irritating. All of these tables are, almost all of these tables are up off the ground because they're over top of the rug. I think so. We take the rug out. I'm gonna have to replace all those because these ones here touch the ground properly. And I've encountered this sort of bug before where you have to, oh, just do a pile of deleting, where you have to place like carpet underneath afterwards if it'll do it. Now those tables should probably place properly. Try one, say, there. And look and see if they're on the ground. They are. Okay.
Weather warning. Incoming storm.
These things are a little weird because they'll go all sorts of places incorrectly. See? I think they're going to be a whole source of new glitches and things like that for people. I am not a glitch builder. I probably should be because I love building in this game so much. But every time I tried to figure it out, I would get somewhere and that would be cool. And then I would stop doing it and go do something else and come back and I would have completely forgotten how to do it. Build camera in a closed room is a little weird too, even though it's got a high ceiling. There, now they're at least on the floor. And then we see if we can put the carpet back in again. having sized it as big as it will go. And trying to square it up, because that's really, really hard. Because the angles are not predicted. Plus it does weird things depending on where the camera is. Well, we'll try that. Now it's under the tables and chairs and they're not up in the sky. So, woot. There's 4 of you out there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of you out there. One of them I know is a bot. I simply haven't identified to my program yet. One of whom is for Cora, who's actually gone to bed because she's going to go fishing. One of whom is Rick Note, who was talking earlier, so you're here, and that's cool. And Big Points, who may or may not have gone to sleep. I would understand, but they're always here, and I really appreciate their presence. Still here. Good, cool. I worry because I would understand completely if... No. Bad cup. Floating in the air. This one here probably too, yes. They don't place on the table. That's no good. Okay, can we put a floor mat on top of the table and make it really, really small? Not really, really small. That's as small as it'll go. Okay, not so much. What about a dish? If I put a dish there, like it's been left, and then put a cup on it, will the cup go on top? Kind of. Oh. Ah, okay. Nope, the cup and the plate both float. So they'll go on the counter here. Yes, dude. Oh, you need a computer. Otherwise, how are you charging anybody any money, right? Well, you've got that big arrangement behind you, but... maybe we can pop that in front of you. Make it a bit smaller. There. So, little tablet for taking orders, a plate, cups, really big teapot, and all of the stuff. Don't think I have the ability to make any food, but I can always check. Creature pellets. I could make creature pellets. Everything else is going to require something. Yeah. Well, let's be ironic. Creature pellets. Now, can you pick those up? I don't think you can. No. There's no decorative food there. Oh, we have a kiln-fired pot. No about that. it a bit bigger. Don't know what it's for, but we're not arguing. And there was a cooking thing, wasn't there? Oil burner. We want to have a big version as well. Unfortunately, it doesn't actually burn oil, as far as I know. What have I caught off? Tool. No. Can't do anything with it. Too bad. I am over 60. Put it that way. Okay? And no, you don't envy being me unless you're older than 60. Because there's a lot of things that you could be doing that you probably wouldn't do if you were my age. There's lots of stuff I've done, mind you. I've done all sorts of things, but I have always been a gamer. I played my first game on a mainframe computer. Oh, well, yeah, sure. But, I mean, I think anybody who isn't playing games, if they can, is being a little... What's that? Not in there. Is that right? There. They're missing out. Moreover, anybody who's older, if they're playing games, it's good for your brain, right? You're problem solving, you're interacting with stuff. Just watching TV, you're just sitting there absorbing stuff. With games, you're engaged. Now, I do think it's funny that by the time all the people that are 30 or so right now get to be in retirement homes, however many years from now, 40, 50 years from now, they're all going to be playing, the latest game on the PS7 or something like that. And it won't be a bunch of old people sitting around, talking with each other about way back in the war and whatnot, hopefully. It'll be people playing gaming and the fact that they're 80 won't matter. They can still PvP. They might not be as quick on the controller or the keyboard, but 22, yeah, 22. By the time I was 22, I was out of university, having burnt out. I had tried with my friends to be doing comedy on TV, and we got on once, and we pissed off the host, and we were never invited back again. And the first thing he said was, "Don't fuck with me." But we did. And then a few years later, I went and joined the army. Oh, hey, thank you. I'm going to
is now a follower.
pronounce that Krampus, because Krampus is a little hard to say. Thank you very much, though. That's really appreciated. I will say I normally broadcast Dark Age of Camelot, not No Man's Sky. Sure. Love the Krampus image. That's cool. And I like old folk stories and things like that. I normally broadcast not No Man's Sky, but Dark Age Camelot. Sometimes I do City of Heroes. Sometimes I do Star Wars Galaxies. They're all old MMOs. But I started off streaming a couple of years ago doing this game. and they just patched it, so I had to come try doing stuff in it just to see what it looks like. So I am building a base, which you can see here. That building on the left has my power in it. This one, I'm not sure what I'm going to put in it. This one I'm just decorating. I don't know what I'm going to do in most of it either. And then the bottom part is just the base to give it a flat surface to build on. I teleported in here so my ship just kind of appears randomly. It doesn't appear on the landing pad that I put in the back there. Yeah, this game is like, as far as building is concerned, is kind of Minecraft on steroids. Here. These are all the things that you can build in this game as components and building pieces. And then you can resize a lot of that stuff too. So if I wanted to put this gold Diplo statue out, it's not that big. I'm not going to leave it here, but say we want to put it here and we want to face it a different way towards the camera, and then we want to size it up. I could have this giant statue here. Right? That's kind of cool. Oh, you've been playing this. Okay. Yeah. You want to do all of the things if you can. If you like building. Here. Let me go see if I can find you my most ambitious building project. I have so many bases though. Elysium. S-class activated indium site. Nastiest planet I've ever been to. It's called a molten planet, and its weather is described as walls of flame. So keep in mind, I didn't have as good an environmental protection setup for my suit as I did now, so this thing was really, really nasty to build. Let's hope it renders okay. I haven't been there in months. Okay, we're down below here. I'll have to get up and find the center. Okay. That appears to have lost its door. Maybe we can go in this way. So, I will, before I burn up here, go into camera mode and show you the gloriousness that is my mining facility. There. So, this was all built while burning to death, and then having to drop a structure down so I could stand inside it and build with build mode and everything else. Because this planet is just insane. Now we go inside, and it's a bit nicer. And each of these is storing basically 64,750 of, I'll throw it into the ship, activated indium. And it took a lot of effort to try and make sure that each of these things fit the same amount too. Yeah, whenever I run out of money, I come here. And load up. Oh, it's also been built, you'll note, so that, I think that's all of them. Nope. Other side of the room. Oh, the ship is out of room. We'll dump it on the freighter. And we'll leave any of them that still have some in it. Yeah. So, if you look outside, there's the mining equipment down there. Then there's the storage for it above it. And then there's pipes to run to one of these storage depots inside. So I can teleport in and ideally appear inside, not down below. I should have appeared near the teleporter there and just run around and grab all my stuff and then leave from there, right? And yeah, oh yeah, I'm right near an active volcano too. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I had a lot of fun building this. Like I said, I really like base building. I don't know what they've done to my door there. They put a wall in front of it somehow. I'll have to fix that at some point. Oh, actually, I can just teleport out of here. There, weather. Wall of flame detected. So it gets really nasty storms here. Oh, that's the other thing that you have to do too. When you're setting up the mining equipment, you can't have more than 15 miners together. If you start going over 15, then it starts doing diminishing returns and you actually end up getting less. Oh yeah, there's killer creatures out here too. You can have as much storage as you want, but the pipes from the mining equipment to the storage cannot cross each other. So that's why it has this hexagonal pattern, so that I could fit 6 groups out there and run the pipes into the room here without them actually crossing. So now if I look at my ship's inventory, it has, just a little bit, we'll get rid of that, of activated indium there. And then we go to a space station I haven't been to for a while, somewhere. Let's say this one here. No, not that good a one. Find major. Developing. No, we want one that is rich. Affluent. That'll do. I have not that much, but I have definitely. Mostly I don't, because unless I've got a couple of real life friends that I've streamed with doing this, either in their streams because they stream as well, or them in mine. But mostly I don't, because I might stop and suddenly start talking about something and not be doing the thing that we're doing at the same time, right? So now, I currently have 741 million, and if I go to sell my ships activated indium, we are going to make 329 million. Boom. So now I'm over $1 billion. I can do that again in 24 hours. So it's easy to cap out the money if you need it, like if you're upgrading a ship or something like that. I'm not sure of anything they've changed here, except the lighting is much better. Much brighter. No, I'm over $1 billion now. I made 329 million with that one sale. So about 329 million, a little bit more, because I didn't, some of it I put on my freighter, right? Yeah, I don't know who you are or what you just posted. Possibly you're a bot. If you're not a bot, let me know. So we transfer that to the starship. 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 And that. And that. And then we have to jump somewhere else. Well, there's nothing wrong with ionized cobalt. But activated indium is the highest selling resource, or at least it was the highest selling resource you could get, which is why I went to set up a mine to do that. Okay, let us look at Yagwan. They're opulent. So because I just sold all that in one sale there, I crashed the market on the station I was just on. So if I go dig the stuff out of my freighter that sort of overflowed to my freighter when I had that last 64K of it on the station I was just on, it'll be at the crash price. But if I come to a new station that I haven't crashed recently, and I have not been playing for months, so that should be just about everyone, and we go sell and ship and sell the activated indium, there's another almost 59 million. So more like 400 million, probably, or close to 380 million, I guess, 390 million. And I can do that. Well, it's 1 in the morning my time. If I came back tomorrow night at 1 in the morning, I could do it again, right? I have to use 2 different stations to sell it. But, oh man, I've got probably 235 hours in this save. My other saves are less. They're like 50 hours, and one of them's 2. And then I've got 58 hours in permadeath. This is not permadeath. But there is just hours and hours of this game that you can do if you start looking at all the stuff. And I haven't done it all. They've done a pile of expansions that I haven't looked into. They have this sort of seasonal stuff that I haven't done. That's cool. I can't remember what they call them, events or something. Where they'll have these benefits that you can get and all that sort of stuff. Yes, that font guy. I'm on Twitter as that font guy. I am on Instagram as that font guy. I am not on Facebook. I'm on Twitch. And if you go look on, YouTube for my other streams, if you look for that font guy, you might find my main YouTube. If you're looking for my Dark Age of Camelot Twitch sessions, they all get uploaded to this address here. So, yeah, so it's there's hours of stuff to be done with this. I'm probably going to stop soon because it's 1 in the morning and I've been doing this for 4 hours. I'm going to raid my friend Bosk, whom I've known for 40 years. And I don't know what he's doing, but the last time I checked, he was building a pinball machine in this game. And there's not too many people you can say this about. Bosk is a bona fide mathematical genius. So, one of the streams recently, somebody asked him some question, and he solved this mathematical problem in his head, and it was a quadratic equation. And it's, blah, 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 blah. Done. Okay, it's this much. Man. Well, let me send you to Bosk while I raid there. And you can check him out too for a second, and we'll see what he's up to, because I don't actually know what he's doing. If I type in raid right here, bye Rick Note. Check out Bosk too, just for a second. And yeah, I would like to have known him in high school too. Bosk. There. Start raid. So we'll go over to Bosk side there. And I think I have to go back to the browser and confirm starting the raid, which is kind of silly. Raid now. Okay. Now I got to stop streaming.